it's going to be a really great day hearing from our community. I'll just open us with a karaki. Mā te whakapono, mā te tuamanako, mā te titiro, mā te whakarongo, mā te mahitahi, mā te whakamaumori, mā te araha, ka taia e mātou. By believing and trusting, by having faith and hope, by looking and searching, by listening and hearing, by sheer desire and determination, by all being done with compassion, we will succeed. Right, we have a full attendance today, no apologies, and we'll just move straight into reports. So, because we do have our first speaker at 8:35, item 3.1, late submissions received on the long-term plan. Item is read. Does anyone wish to move the item, or is there discussion? Happy to move. Moved by Councillor Gilmore, seconded by Councillor Sutherland. All those in favour, please say aye. Great. Thank you for that, councillors. Right. Move in. Now, just a reminder that we are listening. I've got Mike up here, do it on time today, not so much for Ngāti Kahungunu, but as they get tighter, we'll try and keep that time if we can. Does anyone have any questions before we start? Right. Morena koutou. Very welcome, and it's lovely to have you both here. So if you want to come forward, are we recording? Yep. So we are recording this, just so you're aware. We just need people to use their microphones so that anybody online, and we've got a few staff online, can hear as well. But feel free to come on up. Lovely to see you. Sorry.
Sorry, through you, Tracy. Can Beth actually mute herself? So that
Sorry. Beth, are you able to mute? Apologies for that. Old hand. Anytime, no, as an experience. Bill, do you know everyone, or do you want some introductions for Stacey? Do you want a quick round the room, Stacey? Do you know everybody here? Yes.
You know, everyone, it's lovely to see you all. Great job with the LTP. I understand the pressures that everyone's been under, so was really excited to have a look through. I did read it, have been listening to the recordings from the meetings on my way to work too. So just what I wanted to speak to for the iwi was just run through some of the things that we picked up in there. I'm really excited to see the treaty statement at the front in the strategic context, and that being brought through as a foundation document, irrespective of the narrative that we're experiencing from the current coalition government. So I thought the council should be praised for holding steadfast to that treaty relationship with both the iwi partners. I thought that was really great. It's important for us that the roading network continues to be maintained, particularly so that we can access our wāhi-taonga. I understand that the iwi understands that the roading network out to Akitio, out to the coast, is really problematic and challenging, particularly with all the forestry, and the earth is always moving. But that's where our significant sites are. We want to continue to be able to access Awakura for our Māori therapies for our people and our population, as well as Akitio Beach. The iwi is looking to invest heavily in programs out there to help to bring people back to what it is that makes them well, what makes Māori historically well, and maintaining that infrastructure out there is important to us. Also, the water, maintaining the wastewater. Akitio, I know, is problematic, but that's where we're going to continue to flourish as Māori, utilising the school that we got back as part of our treaty settlement redress and utilising the moana. So we would appreciate council continuing to focus on those areas. Climate change, it was clear that it wasn't clear what the council's actions are around that, and I probably would anticipate that's because nobody really knows how to tackle climate change directly. We did notice that the industrial rates for higher land properties, high properties, was decreasing. We would suggest that perhaps those ones need to be focused on. The runoff, the air pollution for some of those industries, that they might have an adverse impact on the environment, and we would like to see a focus on maybe a rethink on that rating and not having that decrease, that rating not being decreased for those larger industries. And then what is the use of the take from that, and how is that going back into climate change mitigations? Town refurbishment. We agree that that should be across the board and not the north and south split. We do see that as sometimes being quite divisive across the communities. We'd like to partner on what refurbishment looks like with the town centres. We're not seeing a lot of Māori artwork, what some of those things that might be specific to the iwi, both iwi actually. So partnering on that, we'd really like to see. We're looking at all of the options. We agree with what council's preferred options are with all of those. If I just were to pick off a couple, Pahiatua Pool, we think that's great. We do think that people, Tamariki in particular, should be able to access swimming pool facilities. I know that makes it challenging to maintain. But we would also like to partner on that. Our people like to recreate in the ocean, and wanting to understand how we might be safe around ocean activities. So how we might deliver safety in the ocean, particularly when we've got the school. Akitio, I know that the rams across that would be really problematic, but it's certainly something we want to look at. We know our people are diving all the time, irrespective of the season. Differential roading too. We agree that the heavy vehicle use is impacting on our ability to continue to access our wāhi-taonga. It wasn't clear on what a heavy vehicle, what would be considered a heavy vehicle. I think a bit of caution there, and we know that the knock-on effect is going to impact on our people, the end user, at the end of the day, if we increase rates to those firms that are using those roads the most. So just ask that there be more consideration to exploring that, and then helping us to understand when council arrives at what that is. Overall, really positive. We're really keen to continue our partnership with council. We've really enjoyed that, particularly over the last 5-10 years. It's really increased, which is really good. That's all for me.
That's all from myself.
Thank you. And it's wonderful to hear that, you're finding value in our partnership and that we're living up to that. And I think, thank you for your work and making sure that those strategic objectives are weaved through. It's an exciting part of the LTP. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Woods, Councillor Gill?
Thank you, Mayor Tracy, and good to see both our wahine here today. Thank you for coming. Adele and Stacey, I'll be asking this of most of the submitters over the next 2 days. Because you know what our role is here, and that we will be deliberating on people's and organisations' thoughts. If there were 2 things that you wanted us to rethink about out of the plan, the draft plan that you've seen, what would those 2 priorities be? You mentioned a few, but if we had to prioritise, if we had to seriously consider based on the feedback we've received, what would be 2 things that you'd like us as a takeaway message from Ngāti Kahungunu? Yeah.
Oh, so roading stuff, and
We agree, Stacey and I agree on that. The roading is a focus for us. When you look at the options provided, we agree with all of those, the council's preferred option for all of those. I just would suggest that we might want to look, council might want to look at the industry, the rating, the decrease in that for commercial industries, because that is not going to support utilising some of that rate take to have some mitigations around the impact on the environment. So for the iwi, that's important.
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy, Stacey and Adele. Lovely to see you back in the chamber, Adele. Thanks very much for giving your thoughts and going through those submission items. I have a bit more of a general question. You've talked to the industrial rating impact, but overall, we are proposing rates increases across our 10 years. I guess what impact on your particular communities do you think that might have, and what's your support levels around the overall rating package that we've proposed?
We agree with the smoothing option. I'm going to stop saying I. Sorry. We think that that's the best way to go, really. That's going to minimise the impact initially and see that smooth out over time. It's going to be challenging for our population, not typically high household owners, not a lot of home ownership, but we will see the impact in increased rents, I suspect, and that's twofold with high loan percentages at the moment. So we are trying to utilise the redress from the treaty settlement to provide more wraparound support services for people in the community. So that's how we're going to attempt to mitigate some of those adverse impacts.
Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Nice to see you both again this morning. I was just going to make a comment, really, which it wasn't a consultation item, but it was in our document. And I think we're the most important, to me, the most important, our relation we're most important going forward is in Three Waters and in infrastructure, which we're really going to need to be strong partners through, and that's looming as we speak now. And it's not actually, we didn't ask questions of it, but we commented on it. But as we've been doing the LTP, that issue is becoming perhaps more critical, time focused. So that's where we will be looking to have some really important partnership with you going forward, but both iwi over the next 12 months or so, particularly.
Comment on that, Kerry. We're actually working quite closely together with the DIA funding that came as partnership. So our team's been happily working with Mike and the team. So it's already started.
Councillor Irina Titiwiba.
What do you know? Welcome, ladies. I just want to know the roading network to Akatua and can you just explain the wastewater? Is it Akatua wastewater or is it wastewater as a whole through the district?
For water infrastructure as a whole, we know that fresh water going in there is problematic, but we need the wastewater to continue to be maintained, whether that's septic tank or, just the roading network, I guess, all the Three Waters as a whole is important for us out there, stormwater runoff as well.
Good point. And probably just focused on it because we know that the current structure, it's sort of private. It belongs to a personal, not as opposed to a council responsibility. So there's a bit of risk there. Yeah, of what's going out into the moana and out whether we'll be able to continue to collect kaya.
Thanks. Can I just check in, your thoughts around, we made some proposals around economic development and community wellbeing. The iwi, how do you see that space? And I know that you've got quite a bit planned in tourism and, a heavy focus there. Do you think council's the right space, for that economic development, or did you have any views around that you wanted to share as a whole?
We think that giving out grants shouldn't be a focus of council. We think you've got other important business to be managing. We do believe it would be helpful to look across the climate though and provide, there's no one source of information for that for our community and Māori economics and what is the data telling us. We would really see a lot of value in that information being derived and presented to us in a way that can help us to pivot our operations accordingly.
Yeah, and just at operational level, the ability to access expertise and resource consent and things like that too, and fast track economic developments, that would be something that would help in the future.
Thanks, that was really helpful. Sorry, we're all busy beavering writing, so we don't lose anything by the end of the day. Is there any further questions? Councillor Wallace.
You mentioned through your Mayor Tracy, you mentioned about economical development and industry, which is great. Especially with Akatea, I know in the past they've had a massive crayfish farm out there. Are you going to have tendencies of doing stuff like that again? I mean, it's a private information, but I mean, in the general sense of how do I phrase this without naming and shaming? I'm trying to get this around. Not shaming, but you know what I mean? Those ideals, put it that way. Is that the ideals of where you'd like to, like in industry growth with for Mary?
It's above my scope.
There's a lot of crayfish here.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. We probably weren't big good keepers of books at the time when quotas were handed out. They were handed to those who were quite meticulous with their record keeping, which was not us, unfortunately. But protecting the environment out there is of the most important for us. There are other sources of kai, and we would like to see our people start to move with the more in line with the maramataka and how the seasons change, and not utilising the moana as a supermarket per se. So trying to ensure it sustains generations.
Just to elaborate a little bit more on that, there has been talk about reservations out there, just like putting aside reserves to do a bit of research as well. So that's probably more where we're trying to head in regards to that.
John.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy, and yes, welcome both of you. Good to see you again, Adele. The issue with forestry and setbacks from waterways is something that we've talked about from time to time, but not developed any policy on as yet. But we did have a presentation, I just forget who it was, he was with Dan Ramsden at the time, Maori were very concerned about the basically the silt that was flowing out to the sea and covering the beds, paua beds and crayfish and so on. Have you developed as an iwi any further thoughts around that, or as to what you would like to see to prevent that happening?
Thank you, Peter. No, it's early days for us yet, and we're just starting to mobilise our resource. We're not long past our settlement redress, so it is taking us some time to get organised. But certainly, we've got the expertise in place now, and that is an avenue that we're wanting to look at. So watch this space.
Oh, both councillors.
Thank you. And sorry, I hope that didn't feel like an interrogation. People are genuinely interested, and it's a great opportunity just to have those conversations. So thank you so much for coming in and sharing what was important to iwi. And we very much enjoyed catching up with the kaumātua. So they haven't put lots of submissions in, but we heard what they had to say and actually came up with something that worked a little bit better for all of us, and catching up every couple of months just regularly to see what was on their mind, and let everyone know what was happening at council. So that was really great through that consultation period. So thank you for making that possible.
We've been enjoying the roadworks at the moment. I'm going to be to the Alpacking Land Fund. I can see you here with you, Rust. Thank you.
Right, if I adjourn until 9:35. Right. Yes.
I mean, Tracy, if the people don't make it like
Yeah.
for the short time, do they only get one slot or do they get a retreat?
Like,
Right.
we can show if we've got time.
Because these guys were on last on. Yeah. I can't remember. So the agenda is on board.
Was I'll reconvene the meeting because Gordon Kugeline, was due to speak at 9:55, is here early and quite happy to speak. So if we can reconvene the meeting and invite Gordon to come on up. Thank you for being early. Love punctualness.
Morning.
Morning. No, I'll go right there.
No idea.
Okay. Push the talk button and you want to speak. No.
We'll go now, is it?
Make it
Okay.
read, so.
Right, I've leave my topic of affordability to last. Through the others. First one, rate smoothing. Yep. No problems with that. That's all good. The Paeatua swimming pool. Yes, give them money. It is an asset for us. Long term, we've got nothing mentioned about the ongoing cost of running the pool, or I missed it. And Dannyberg, it's costing us 350k a year. I can't imagine that Paeatua would be any different once the it beds in and has been there for 2 or 3 or 4 years. Maybe initially a bit of enthusiasm, but I hadn't seen that there. That's about the only comment I can make. And the National Land Transport Program. Our roads were never constructed for logging trucks, milk tankers, and the weight of the and the loading that we have in all our vehicles now. So essentially we need money, and I see we don't call it reconstruction, but really that's what it is. The roads have to be reconstructed, and I don't know exactly what that's going to cost other than a lot of money. And I know a lot of the bridges, the smaller bridges, single lane, they're all up to spec because you can only get about 3 axles on them, so you don't have to replace those. But the bigger bridges, yeah, might be a bit different when you start putting 9 axles with 50 tonne on them. But then again, you've got engineering staff who can work that out. And really, NZTA, how much do they collect from Tararua? How much are they giving us back? And I have been trying to pursue that figure. At best, it would be an estimate because, you know, not every truck and vehicle's got a GPS and can be tracked and tabulated. But we do contribute a lot because we travel a lot further in this area. You know, just fuel tax, road user charges. I'd love to see what the figure is from NZTA, what they estimate that they get from here and how much they give us. I mean, it might sound nice that they're giving us 3% more, and what do they actually collect? I don't know whether that could be included next time round. Yeah, economic and community development. Yeah, almost it looks like a slush fund to keep people, you know, just give them some money, keep them quiet, because it actually, I don't see much in the way of economic development. Yes, community development and maintenance. And I think about the only one that I know is the Dannyberg Brass Band. Get some money now and then, and they actually do provide a service at things like Anzac Day and Christmas parades around the district. So, yeah, there may be others that I haven't mentioned or don't know about. Yeah, the economic development. I think we just really got to get our thinking caps on and talk with the business people as to what options there are. Even if we don't know what the options are, we just make sure that the land is designated and available, and that some of the services like power and water, and that the classification of the land is accurate so that people can move an industrial site onto somewhere. I mean, we have a sawmill down the road here, which is just about boxed in, can't expand. And really, if we go right back to when it was started, that site, parked on the edge of the river and put a portable mill up and started sawing, and it's just got bigger. It's really in the wrong place. Should be somewhere like out of Ringy where they've got room to expand. And things like that, I just think, you know, we need to get our thinking caps on and at least, you know, don't pay for it, but just make sure that we have the options laid out in front of them and have discussions, you know, even East Steel. Not sure if they're going to expand where they go to. Hopefully they've thought about it, and hopefully the councillors have thought about it. Yeah. Rubbish. All these plastics that are getting exported to be dumped in the Pacific Ocean at the moment. Why aren't we burning somewhere in New Zealand? I mean, like Sweden and Denmark they just burn all their plastics in their coal-fired power stations and yeah, recycle it that way, and no pollution problems. No microplastics through all your fishing products. So I think we just got to get a bit smarter there, and hopefully there's the opportunity to have a think tank that somehow gets things going. Yeah, the differential roading rate, which again, we've got to get money to fix these roads. If you've got a carbon forest, my comment there is, plan is not to put a truck on the road. Yet I think from what I've seen is they're getting charged more. And I've got a little forest woodlot, and it's only forest. And I believe I'm into paying a bit more, which that's not a problem. I've got 25 hectares of forest. Now, I may have this wrong. The big sheep and beef farm, basically next door, it's got 60 hectares of forestry, and they're not paying at the moment. I'm not sure if someone could enlighten me there, but I do believe that the sheep and beef are basically staying the same, but a lot of them have got forestry woodlots on there. And I don't know whether that's a little anomaly that will get fixed up in due course, but hopefully everybody pays if you've got pine forests that are going to be logged. There may also be more issues that surface as we go along with the fullness of time. Non-contiguous rating units. Yep, we need more money. Just do it. And I have mentioned here that Horizons Regional Council follows your definition of what's contiguous or not. So there'll be people getting a double whammy when you change it. Yeah, other topics. We've actually got 3, but the third one is separate. In the land of the Rangers, I like that phrase. It's one of our assets. But access to them, the council has put up some signage at the end of Lawes Road, and there's been a track cut to the Forest Park there now. So it hasn't really been advertised or put out there on the main news media, which that's okay. But yeah, I'd like to thank the Tairua District Council for putting up a style and getting the signage there. It's a 40-minute walk to the Forest Park now, and I guess with the fullness of time, the track will go from there to connect to the Tamaki Reserve, so people can do a round trip walk, or leave a car at each end and then do the walk for 3 or 4 hours. And all that relies on making sure that we keep our roads, all these paper roads. And some of the farmers and adjoining landowners might not like it. The people suddenly start walking past their bull paddock or whatever. But that's part of the assets we've got. And this, really goes for fishing access, duck shooting access, access to the beaches. We want to make sure that, we keep the assets that we have available to everybody. The other one, which you've heard quite a bit about, fluoride in the Dannevirke water supply. And I do appreciate you've got Bill of Rights on one hand, which is law in the land, and on the other hand, you have the Director of Health telling you to put fluoride in the water, and somewhere in the middle, there's a definition we have that putting fluoride into people's water without consent can be classed as forced medication. And all I really have to say about that is fluoride is a proven toxin, plain dumb to put it in your water. 98% of Europe has done away with that. They don't use it. And this is almost parallel situation and development with amalgam in teeth. Or remember the dental nurse at South School was telling me she could put amalgam fillings in my kids' teeth. And at the same time in Europe, she would have been in court for malpractice for putting amalgam in kids' teeth. We just seem to be behind all the latest development. And yeah, I think we've just got to be discerning and be awake. But my parting comment is, I don't want fluoride in my water, thank you. And I think it's on everybody here, duty of care. You're legally required to exercise your duty of care. And when you've got 2 rules from the government that are in conflict, yeah, that's what we've got court cases for. But that's the first part. I don't know if anyone's got questions. How am I going for time, Tracy?
So we've been very generous because you were early. We do have our next speakers here, but if you wanted to touch on affordability quickly, then I'll allow that.
Okay.
Just pop your button on. So
Push your button again, Gordon. There you go.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Sharon. Yeah, affordability. Nice to have and able to have. Page 7 is your document. 34% of people in Tairua are living in high deprivation. That's about a third of us. I'm picking there's another third that are children and renters who are not in high deprivation and are not directly paying rates. So it's about a third of us are actually getting a rates demand and paying rates. Is that number increasing? Is that number decreasing? I would hope we could track this from 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and track it as we go along as to how many people we have paying rates and really how many of them are paying, you know, $10,000, $20,000 and how many are just paying $3,000. Because I've been here 35 years, I think it is now, and our population has not increased at all. It's been going down just slowly, and I don't know what's happened to the number of ratepayers. I suspect the number of ratepayers is reducing because farms just get bigger. And I know at the moment, just looking around, we have a whole lot of extra lifestyle blocks popping up all over, which is great. And that's people who have basically left Auckland, Hawke's Bay, Hamilton, Tauranga, because cost of living there and the type of living, they think it's better here. And, you know, welcome to them all. And I don't think they're going to save us at all. I think the thing that's going to save us in terms of affordability is getting real industries working in this area. And whether that becomes more sawmills, a log transfer hub, we've got access to rail, which then goes to ports, but it's all a requirement to have, you know, railways, bridges that can cart heavy tonnage of logs, get them off the state highways. Yeah. So anyway, when we're talking about debt, how much is it per ratepayer? And if we could track that, not just answer the question this time I query it, but to actually have it in the long-term plan so that we can pick up and keep different copies through time and see where we're going. Because I think at the moment we're just heading deeper into debt. Our ability to pay rates is just being mortgaged. That's where you loan your money from, is our future rate paying ability. And we're not tracking that. We think about it, we talk about it and wonder, and then borrow a few million more. And, you know, all I can say is I cannot clearly see the full picture, and really continuing to play the fiddle while Rome burns should not be an option we should be continuing with. I think we could make it a lot clearer when we're going to be debt free or not. So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you.
Thanks, Gordon. Really appreciate that. Just a quick comment to you. The population was 6,900. It's now 19,200. So we have been growing for the last decade. And I think there's a couple of stats there in your response. I'll include some figures and bits for you, especially the urban growth strategy, where you'll be able to see some of that land and those bits. So I've just made a note of those to get those out to you. And I think you'll be very interested in the waste minimisation plan when we start discussing that. Does anyone have a quick question or clarification for Gordon?
Thank you.
Councillor
Oh,
Wise?
no, just a quick one. Thank you, Ms. Tracy. Thank you, Gordon. Going back to your comments around the economic development, there's been lots of debate around this table as to whether or not council does it or whether or not council enables it. your concept of think tanks and that sort of stuff, that's not looking to council to do it. I mean, I think you did make that statement that you didn't want us doing it, but would you be, are you encouraging more the enabling, setting aside the land that you've talked about? Those are the sort of tools that council should be responsible for in this LTP rather than the doing.
I think in light of the fact that nobody else is doing it, you're our leaders elected to get us going and keep us going. So I think really the fact that nobody else is doing it, and when you look at the main street and the number of shops that tend to get boarded up or are in there for 2 years and then disappear, the real think tank is not going to be led other than by, I think, the district council, and certainly, yeah, it would be nice to have a business community that did that and came beating on your door and wanting things. But at the moment, I think everyone's rather silent and just trying to survive and keep their heads above water.
Thanks, Gordon, and thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Very welcome to stay and listen if you want. We have Tararua Funerals. Tracy, do you want to? You're both welcome to come up if you like. And if I just get you, we are recording this. If I can just get you to press the talk button on, and we're really looking forward to hearing your views.
Morning, everybody. For those that don't know me, I'm Tracy Frienden, the owner of Tararua Funerals and also registered funeral director. So thank you for this opportunity to talk to my submission, and I hope you've all had time to have a look at it. It is in direct connection with the proposed fee changes at the cemetery in this district. I've had 19 years experience in the funeral industry in the Tararua area, and I believe I have the appropriate and experience and knowledge to speak to these matters. I am pleased to read in the LTP document that you have a growth strategy and that we are growing in the Tararua area, with your tagline being more the merrier. Sadly, we are all mere mortals and death is the end reality for us all, and the influx of people will need to be accommodated at the cemetery eventually. With the new devised schedule, you might want to add to your tagline that it's more the merrier, but only those with a mega funeral budget. Welcome. The new fee schedule created by your council has seen a massive hike in fees for the services provided to the absolute extremes, and in some cases over 400%. On this spreadsheet, very basic spreadsheet, I've put out all the fees of all of your departments, and in the yellow areas is the areas that are going up by more than 25%, and all of these here are the cemeteries, that area there. So the increases are between 25 and 400%. Now, I don't have time in this 10 minutes to talk you all through all of my bullet points in my submissions, so I have urged you to read every one of them and review them all. I want to focus on a few main areas. The first being the absolute thoughtless consideration for families in our district of this new fee schedule to lump all children's deaths and dispositions into one category. Up until now, we have had a neonatal and under 2 baby section and a section in ages 2 to 14 years, as do most councils in New Zealand. However, under the new fee structure, they will all be lumped in together, one category for 0 to 14 years. In the current fee schedule, an infant or baby under 2 interment, under the current one, like standard today, it would cost a family $450, $200 for the plot and $250 for the interment. Under the new schedule, the grieving family would now have to pay $1,600, $950 for the plot and $650 for the interment, and it's an increase of almost 300%. In my submission, I've supplied comparisons of other councils, and we will be the only council in those comparisons to lump the children all together. This is a totally insensitive approach. Our neighbours at CHB have a more compassionate approach and provide all children under the age of 14, gifting them both the plot and the interment for free. Losing a baby is an extremely heartbreaking and life-changing event for all of those involved. These are often young couples beginning their life together with big mortgages and hefty commitments. It's often their first experience of loss together, and the added burden of these costs at the time of grief would be undeniably overwhelming. Professionally, in these circumstances, if we look after a baby's death, we do not charge service fees, just the disbursements to lighten the load for the families where we can. And I urge you to relook at this point with an empathetic and more compassionate approach. The second area I'd like to bring to your attention is a jump in the interment of ashes at the cemetery. It is jumping from $150 to $650. That's a hike of $500, which is outrageous. The thing is, just last year, it went from $90. So the new proposed fee would see the increasing it by 400% over the last 2 years. This is the only cost-effective alternative to burials that some families have. Currently, as this council do not offer a crematorium and we have to travel to the Manawatu for cremation, being charged a 10% out of district fee, the families then have the only option is then to bring the ashes back and inter them here in the Tararua, for them to be close to their loved ones. Research shows that interring ashes and having a place to grieve improves mental well-being and promotes a good grief process. Increasing the fee to this astronomical price will deny families this path. Setting the fee to $650 is unjustified, as it is only a small hole and that needs to be dug. And I know the contractor is paid $90 to dig this. So where does the other $540 go? The families have already forked out $400 for the plot for the interment, a rise of $80, and a combined plot and interment is now $1,050. On the old schedule, it would have been $470. Comparing other councils, we will be the most expensive in the country for interring ashes. Even Auckland cemeteries only charge $345. My belief is that you will have families interring their ashes themselves without permission from the council, as it's only a small hole to be dug, and will begin an absolute nightmare for your staff in recording data, and worse, having to disinter and fine people for this. Keeping the costs low and affordable will make it manageable and more cost effective for your council going forward. My next point is the memorial wall plaque site for putting up plaques for a memorial. It is increasing from $40 to $200, a 400% jump, and totally unacceptable. It was mooted to me that it was for perpetual maintenance and future-proofing of the walls, which is laughable, as our company used to maintain and water blast these for free until the contract change and we were no longer needed. I am pretty sure that those walls were gifted originally by a family and so far have cost the council nothing. They are often in need of cleaning and are a forgotten corner by the council, by the contractor. Including this plot site makes it a very expensive way to add a memorial for your family member, with the proposed permit fee going up to $160. So that's on top of the $200, making it $360 for your fees before they can even consider the price of a plaque to go on top. Currently, it's $90. This is just revenue collecting by the council without any consideration of an economic alternative for grieving families. My next point is the plot reservation fee. A new charge, it says. Well, not really. At the moment, you can reserve a plot and pay the current plot price of $1,180. The new schedule to reserve a plot will be $5,700. So I don't know where this even comes from. It's extortion at its best. I am sure that legally there must be something under the Consumer Rights Act that will prohibit anyone from selling a piece of land 5 times its value to a vulnerable grieving family just because it wants to future-proof its own position in the cemetery next to a loved one. If it's not legal, then surely it should be a moral one. To help with overuse or consumption or overconsumption of reserved plots, which I know has been a problem, some councils merely limit the purchase of one adjacent plot to be purchased by each family at the same cost of the adult plot price. The whole reserved plot issue seems to be relevant at the moment because of the undeveloped land that will become part of the cemetery. And now I'm specifically talking about the Mangatara here in Dannevirke. There has been a plan for the expansion of the site for a very long time and nothing has been actioned. I have continually voiced my concerns over this to subsequent employees of the council as they come and go and have been told time and time again that there is no money in the budget for it this year. Unwisely, this happens year after year and it is always the same answer. You will run out of space if you don't make it a priority. You say in the LTP document that you've set aside $193,000 for the development of the maintenance of cemeteries. Is this enough for your commitments that you are legally bound to meet under the Burial and Cremation Act of 1964? I question that you've neglected the plan set out by past employees and are wasting money by revisiting stuff that's already in front of you. If you as a council persist with this schedule, then I make a promise to you that I will break our unwritten rule and will no longer be your banker. Currently, as I deal with families and make arrangements for funerals, I run up all the costs on my account, paying you, the council, every month on the 20th. Some accounts in some months run well into the tens of thousands. Sometimes I won't get paid for these disbursements for 6 to 9 months as estates go into probate and estates are wound up. Till now, my business has covered these costs, but I will continue to arrange for my family and arrange with the council, but I will be saying to you, the council, you will have to charge out these disbursements directly to families, and you can do the follow-up by collecting the money and carrying the debt. I'm sure your staff will not want to deal with grieving families and all the complex issues that may cause without proper knowledge of how you deal with people in this situation. On page 45 of this document, you say in here, fees and charges that you are carefully reviewing and adjusting and ensuring that they maintain fair and equitable. I see nothing in this fee schedule that is for the cemeteries that is fair or equitable. My own public health licence that I must hold as a funeral director has increased by 71%. Everybody else's seems to be 25%. So why is that? Are you targeting the funeral industry? There is approximately 20 other points I would wish to comment on, but I only have these 10 minutes. I wish someone from our industry had been consulted on this for recommendations before this blind attempt at a fair increase was poorly executed. The general public will be absolutely oblivious of these free charges as they are not presented openly in this document, and I speak for all the families in Tararua that I serve and that will be affected. I urge you to look again at this whole schedule and reconsider it all, please.
Thank you. It was a very, very good spin and we were looking forward to hearing you. Just a reminder for council, it is just questions of clarification. Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Me Tracy. Thank you, Tracy. One thing you didn't talk about, but you did in your submission, was around the establishment of a crematorium here. Has that been something that other smaller councils like us have investigated over the?
I don't know if other councils have investigated it, but certainly we are a hub here in the Tararua, and we have Paiatua, we have, CHB is just up the road. They travel all the way to Hastings for their cremations. We do get charged now the 10% out of district fee, which the Manawatu Council brought in about 2 years ago. So in Tararua, everywhere in Tararua, if Tahuna we are all, Ikahuna, I think, travels mainly down to Masterton. So it's certainly something that I think is worth investigating. And as the percentages of burials versus cremations change, I think it's something that you should be looking at. Currently, in the national percentage, the burial and cremation, it's 70% cremation and 30% burials. But here in the Tararua, I pretty much would say it's 50-50 because of the whole thing that we have to travel out of district to get a cremation. And we have a big farming community and lots of farming people like to be buried. So, yeah, thank you.
Any further questions for Tracy? Tracy, could I ask you to, and I'm happy to give it back to you, but could we copy your spreadsheet to distribute? That's okay. That's okay. I'm just interested to see that. Yeah, that would be great, and I think very helpful as well. So, thank you very, very much for raising these and such a good submission. Sorry, Councillor Johns has just got one final question.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Thanks, Tracy. Could we also have a copy of your presentation?
Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thanks for you.
So we have Stephen Orchard who is here and is going to speak on behalf of Ben Orchard's submission. That's correct. If you want to come forward, and if I can just get you to press the little red talk button in front of you so that everybody can hear. Thank you.
That one there. Thanks for allowing me to talk today. It's a privilege to speak to everybody. Our main concern is just over the, I can only really talk about the buildings we own that we rent out to local businesses, and just about the fairness of the rates, content of our costs for those buildings. The main one I'm referring to is the old Lee building down on Vogel Street, which we rent out to 3 different tenants. And firstly, just I guess it's when you guys are setting your rates, for us, you guys have a monopoly, so we can't go anywhere else. We can't get our services of anyone else. We have to use your wastewater system. We have to use your water supply. And so even though there is the ability with the amount of ground we have there to put water tanks in and put our own wastewater system in, if we did that, because your water and your wastewater run past the gate, you would charge us 50% of the rates anyway for wastewater and water, which I can understand because you've got to keep the infrastructure in place. So I can understand that, but it does mean that, yeah, there is no alternative for us but to accept the rates you provide. So I ask you to just consider that when you're setting rates and that you do hold a monopoly or something beyond a monopoly, because we can't even turn it down. We believe the rate should be based on a cost to council, sort of user pays type thing, rather than lumping everyone together. And so therefore, yeah, use of water rather than just a cost for the year per tenant to have the volume used. Maybe a cost for the connection plus then a volume for the amount used would be great. And even if that was a voluntary thing that we could choose, because I noticed there is, you do have a rated water as far as metered water, sorry, as an option in some places. So yeah, you obviously got that set up, and the cost for our water supply to the tenants would be significantly reduced if that was metered. And when you with buildings, each type of business would have a different cost on council as far as water usage, traffic movements, wastewater, all the different sorts of things that are associated with the business. So a laundromat would use a lot more water and produce a lot more wastewater than a flower shop. And so we'd ask that there's some way of consideration for that. And again, it comes back to, as far as I can see it, metered water would be the best way to control that, rather than trying to delegate it to different businesses in a different rate. And I guess the main thing for us is we've looked at the different rates that different businesses pay around the town, and we can't find anyone who comes close to the rates that we pay. So this council building is a lot bigger than our building. It houses a lot more employees and has a lot more foot traffic. It would therefore generate a lot more cost to council to operate. So the rates, I think, for council for this building is 7,000 odd. The new proposed rates for the shops that we have at 84 Vogels is 12,500. So it's, when you consider that it's a little town, and for people who own shops or manage shops and that, and try and make a living out of them, the amount of foot traffic in this town is not the same as what it is in Palmerston North and stuff. So we think there should be some consideration given to the potential income that a building can have, or a business can have in the town when you set the rates. So it sort of becomes a team effort to make it work in the little towns, rather than being hit with the same sort of costs that the big towns have, when they have a far greater ability to earn money in those businesses. And also, you just need to consider that in the small towns, you can hit market saturation a lot faster. So yeah, another reason why it needs to be considered, that income potential of a building when setting it up. So just in summary, the council rate significantly impact on the profitability of a business that rents the shops. They also significantly affect the profitability of the owners, especially when you consider that most of the buildings around have to be earthquake strengthened in the next 10 years. So a 76% rise in the cost of rates for our building over 4 years seems a little bit over the top when we have no ability to go anywhere else. And that pretty much sums it up for us. Thanks.
Thanks, Stephen. I really enjoyed reading the submission and hearing the impacts to your business. That was very helpful. Does anyone have any questions, councillors?
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, thank you for that, Stephen. I did read your submission top to bottom. Yes, I can sympathise for you. I don't know about Woodville exactly, but there are not so many businesses, commercial buildings with multiple tenancies like yours in the district. Dannevirke's got a couple, obviously Woodville's got a few, so it's pretty specific to those buildings. But we are, in the long-term plan, we are looking seriously at water metering. It won't be tomorrow it happens, but it is a serious consideration with us, both in residential and lifestyle, but also commercial as well. So I can see the anomaly, and I can see the issue quite clearly here. Just what we do about it is another matter, but thanks for that. It's very relevant, and appreciate you putting it forward, actually.
I think we're the only one in Woodville that can charge more than one water meter rate and some aren't charged any. Looking at commercial rates, we've looked at quite a few around the town. And we have one water connection, and yet we get charged 5.
Get a bit of consideration, but thanks for that. It's brought a matter to our attention, so great.
Much appreciated. Thank you. As that brings us to morning tea, so I will adjourn our meeting. Right, thank you, everyone. We'll go back into the hearings. Tony, thank you very much for offering to make a little bit of time up for us since you're here early, and we really look forward to hearing from you and having a couple of questions. If I can just get you to press the button at the front, and then we'll all be able to hear you, and I'll move mine up.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy, councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to submit on the long-term plan. I won't read it. You can read it as well as I can, or probably better. I'd just like to start off by acknowledging, obviously there's a hell of a lot of challenges that you as councillors and every other council is facing. You've got a few unique ones, but I guess every council thinks they have the same. So it's a pretty big task you've got. I don't relish the challenge. But I think one of the things we're stuck with, everyone's moaning about, is the affordability of rates rises. And as I've noted there, when I was looking at the long-term plan, which sets out your dreams and expectations for the next 10 years, then I am really concerned about the level of proposed rate take that's going to be necessary to fund the aspirations and dreams that you've got. If we look at the current rate take in this year just ending, which is about $33 million, the proposed 10-year rate take to meet the objectives that you've got set out there in the detail of that long-term plan is $74 million across the community. That's 219% the level we've got in the current year ending now, 219%. And I think that's a pretty astronomical sum in anyone's numbers, recognising inflation will occur, but it's a very large amount that people are going to have to try and fund out of their household income. And I think you're going to have to look pretty seriously at the detail that's in that long-term plan of what you think you're going to have to do versus what you would like to do. It's quite frightening. You haven't got it uniquely. Everyone's got a similar problem. I think Wellington's probably got bigger, but so there is some solace, but not really if you're a ratepayer locally looking at that level of increase from $33 million to $74 million is noted there, and that's straight out of the back of the long-term plan in terms of the income statement. It's unrealistic. It can't work. So let's go on to a few more things. And I'm making a submission as an individual, not as some community group or organisation. The first point I want to touch on is your proposed changes to the contestable funding in relation to the community development. I support that reduction to that level, albeit keeping it around the 240,000. I guess the challenge I put to you is that I do seriously question the value of the economic development investment the community council is making. I don't believe that economic development has really resulted in any substantial economic benefit to this community. There's been a lot of money spent over the years. Go Tararua, the horticultural opportunities investment that was looked at in relation to work done by Hort Research and potential horticultural crops that could be developed in the community 20 years ago. There was another burst on that about 10 years ago. A substantial amount of money has been spent on things like that, and we're no further down the track. And so I think that you really need to seriously look at taking perhaps $1.2 million or thereabouts of savings out of economic development and using that to effect some sort of level of reduction in the rates take. Or sorry, not the rates take, the demand that you're going to place on ratepayers for rating. I note within economic or community development that there's $1.6 million been allocated against the Carnegie building here in Danneberg. I assume that was to earthquake strengthen it. I understand it's not, it's to demolish it. I don't know how much that cost has gone up over the last 5 years. I would imagine it's gone up appreciably. And so if we don't do something about it and take some action on that, is it going to be $2 million in 2 years' time? So I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to bite the bullet on that and do it and get rid of the problem and get it off. So yes, it's an unnecessary expense, and it seems stupid to spend money to get rid of something. But I think we need to start locking in and some of these costs and getting the job done. So I'd encourage you to, I use the right words I would normally use, seize the metal and unfortunately demolish what I think is a very lovely old building. I hate to see it go, but all the estimates for strengthening it seem to be excessive, and I don't think we can afford it. And I think we've got enough buildings around town now. Right. So I'd urge you to do that. There's a pretty contestable thing here, which is the second time you've had a suck at this. I'm sorry to use that language. In the annual plan last year, there was a concept of undercharging depreciation, and you've come up with it again this year. It's called rates smoothing. It's a process whereby you're proposing to undercharge the level of depreciation fully against the rates take in this first year, year one of the long-term plan, because you wanted to reduce from the 16.29% level of rate increase. You propose to undercharge depreciation to the ratepayers in year one, and to fund that by debt and make the repayments, the capital or the repayment of that, smoothing, and the interest on that over subsequent years, so 2, 3, 4. I absolutely object to that principle. I objected to it in the annual plan last year, and I've objected to it now. It's effectively a form of subsidy you're providing or proposing to provide to the ratepayers who pay rates in year one. And you're loading that cost on the credit card, effectively, of the rates that are going to be levied on ratepayers in years 2, 3, 4, and 5, or thereabouts, or whatever time frame that you schedule that over. It's an absolute subsidy, and it's not fair, it's not appropriate, it's not necessary. If we have to have a level of expenditure to achieve the things that are necessary for this council to operate in year one, then so be it. That's the rate take. That will set the rate take, and that will be the rate increase, whatever that figure is. But don't cross-subsidise it from one year to the next by asking one lot of ratepayers who happen to be resident in 24, 25, don't ask them to be subsidised by subsequent years' ratepayers, because that's what you're doing. And I think it's unfair, it's inappropriate, and you wouldn't do it yourself with a credit. It's like being on a credit card. You keep rolling it over. You're going to do it again next year? Next year? You never pay the bloody thing off. So I inherently object to it. Pay it to a swimming pool. I think it's a really great community asset. I supported the Danneberg swimming pool when that was a community initiative way back in the late 70s, early 80s, I suppose, and really puts money into that. I think swimming pools are a tremendous asset for any community, for the children in terms of developing aquatic confidence around water, and it's a lifelong opportunity for whether it's children, whether it's as adults, whether it's aged green health prescriptions and aged people being able to get hydrotherapy and that sort of thing. So I think the Pay Atua pool is a really great, will be a great asset. I think we should support it And what this is asking is the council to make a financial commitment in a sense, but I don't see that the money has to come out of the year one budget, because I assume, unless somebody can correct me, that they're not construction ready yet. But what they're asking for is a commitment from council to fund it so they can get further funding from lottery grants and other organisations like that. So I think it should not be in the year one budget, I expect, or at least not the full amount, because you won't need it all in year one. And that may also reduce some of your year one rates too. Sports complex on the Dannevirke domain. I'm afraid I inherently object to council supporting that at this stage. So in contrast with Pahiatua, where I support that, in Dannevirke we've got a tremendous number of existing facilities already operating. The time to have had this discussion was in the 70s, when we did have that discussion, or tried to have that discussion, when various rugby clubs and sports bodies and sports squash club were wanting to develop their own facilities. It didn't get anywhere, but unfortunately the horses bolted, and I don't think council should be putting funding into that. If the community wants to put funding into it, good. Right. National Land Transport Program. You've indicated, and I'd like some clarification, please. You've indicated that there was the opportunity to secure additional 4% NZTA funding, and should we use that to further invest in our roading network? I note in your report in the paper at the weekend that the 3.8%, we were cut back 3.8% on the grant allocation. Is that the same amount of money? Sorry.
Right. I'll come back to you, Tony. You're really tight on time. You've probably got 2 minutes left. So.
Okay, right. Okay. Right. The differential roading rate, I support that. I think that's a really good concept, but I think we've missed an opportunity, and I'd like to raise it, especially in relation to forestry. So we're talking about paragraph 95, line 95 in my submission. Forestry has 3 substantial impacts in the community: socioeconomic, roading, as logs are carted and trucks go over it, and third is slash and waste and the impact on culverts and bridges and all the debris that comes down, as we've seen on the East Coast. Your roading rate differential, I think, is a very good move that you're proposing, and that's not unique to forestry, it's across everything. But I believe we should be introducing an infrastructure differential for forestry to reflect the potential for damage, the potential and actual risk of damage to bridges, culverts, alongside waterways alongside roads that are caused by slash and material coming down rivers, whether that's commercial logging slash or whether it's going to be carbon forestry rubbish and slash as forest age. And so a concept of a per hectare on differential on forestry to create an infrastructure and fund for maintenance and future proofing against damage from forestry, I think is really important that we consider that option as a further differential rating on forestry. Wairoa have done something different in terms of their overall rating differential for forestry, but this is specifically targeting infrastructure damage. I think it's an important concept to consider, and it should be implemented in this long-term plan. Okay, I'll call it a miss there.
Right on time. Has anyone got any questions or clarification for Tony? Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Thanks, Tony. Your comment about Wairoa District Council, where they've introduced a capital valuation. My understanding is the trees are a crop, and it's land value plus the crop. And I could be wrong, but the value of the land doesn't change for forestry. It doesn't matter what age.
No, it works on capital value.
Capital value won't. Capital value, the trees are a crop. They're not. That's not part of the capital value.
I never saw the High Court judgment, right, or the original submission, but they have taken a similar approach to kiwi fruit and forestry, similar, in that there's the land value, and then particularly with kiwi fruit, they were valuing the kiwi fruit licenses that the growers were purchasing, and deeming that to be part of the capital value. In the case of forestry, the timber was being valued because if a carbon forest or a commercial forest was to be sold today, then it will be valued at the sum of the land plus the value of the tree standing, or the value of the carbon credits that have been accumulated.
It's the market value. That's not necessarily capital value.
That's correct. Yeah, I think, there's a terminology there. Yeah. But the two were being valued up, were being included in the value as far as I understood. Yeah, they were being added to.
What's the main point, Eddie?
I was trying to work out.
Last question, Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. Thanks, Tony, for your comprehensive submission. Just have a really quick question. You spoke at the start about, in your view, the seriously unrealistic rates requirement over the next 10-year period. You've kind of identified perhaps an area that you wouldn't mind seeing being reduced, but if we were to change that significant kind of rating requirement going up to 74 million at the end of year 10, is there any other particular areas that you as a ratepayer would be comfortable with reducing, or are you more looking at it across the board type cuts?
Yeah, you got me there. No, I didn't have the resources to go through it line by line type thing, I couldn't. The reality is that if that's 200, if it was 77 million now, there's going to be inflation on those figures further. You have, I assume you don't, they're not inflation adjusted. Those figures in the long-term plan are not inflation adjusted. They don't account for inflation. They don't include inflation, do they? You haven't put a 5% inflation rate or some thing on there? No. They are. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, well, that takes a wee bit of the pain out of it. Well, it's not 5%, it's 5% per annum. Yeah, so I'll give you that. Yeah. No, I didn't have. I don't have the access to the detail that you guys have got.
Thanks, Tony. We certainly appreciate that. Just around the funding, I'll come back to you on that, because the funding was the lack of funding was split into two brackets, so it just depends where that is to make a broad statement about whether it matches. So I'll come back and I'll happily give you the information that I've been given on that. And just to be in transparency, I did make one error in that column as well, and I got my metres and kilometres. It should have been the two pricing mechanisms that I put in there. It said metres, it's actually kilometres. So I'll put a I'll put a note in there. But thank you. It's a really great submission as always, and really appreciate you coming in and talking to it and picking your brains.
Thank you. Thanks,
Tony.
I'll watch online. Okay. Oh. Good morning, Andrew. You're our first Teams link. Can you hear us all well and fine?
Kia ora koutou. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, perfectly. That's all technology working well. So thank you, and look forward to hearing your presentation.
Well, kia ora. Andrew Galloway is my name. I'm the Executive Director. I'm going to pass to Jennifer Lamb, who is the Health Promotion Advisor, who will lead this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morena, kia ora, good morning. I am Jennifer Lamb and I work here at Alcohol Health Watch. Alcohol Health Watch is a national organisation funded by Health New Zealand, Te Whatu Ora, to provide credible, up-to-date evidence and advice regarding alcohol policy and planning matters. We coordinate networks such as the Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder ROPU and the Cross Council Local Alcohol Policy Network that supports territorial authorities with the development of their local alcohol policies. Of all drugs available in our society, alcohol is the most harmful. Alcohol is the leading cause of preventable death, injury, ill health in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and a significant contributor to the social and health inequities experienced by Māori, Pacific peoples and other impacted groups. Having family in Ekatahuna and Alfreton, I am aware that licensing applications, particularly special license applications, are returning to pre-COVID levels. And we understand that the district has approximately 71 licensed premises, 26 on licenses, 25 off licensed premises, and 20 clubs holding liquor licenses. We also know that, for example, the number of liquor stores per 10,000 people is above the national average. And the police, licensing inspectors and the medical officer of health and other agencies such as Alcohol Health Watch are well aware of the significant burden that alcohol places on the district and the disproportionate impact that alcohol has on vulnerable groups. Local government, as you know, has a key role in promoting social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities and in supporting the system of control over the sale and supply of alcohol. The alcohol licensing regime is an important component of the system of control and is part of a package of measures such as a local alcohol policy and alcohol bylaws, which when used comprehensively can create safer environments and significantly minimise rates of hazardous drinking and subsequently alcohol-related harm. However, alcohol licensing comes at a cost, and consequently the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012 envisaged full cost recovery. While there are default fees set under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Fees Regulations 2013, these do not cover all the costs incurred by the Council in carrying out its activities, particularly as the fees were set some years ago and are overdue for review. The fees and charges proposed for the 2024 to 2025 envisages that the default fees will be applied, the ones in the regulations, which means that the Council will be partly funding its alcohol licensing system, including the costs associated with monitoring and enforcement through general rates, and is not aiming to achieve total cost recovery. As noted in our written submission, the Council has the ability to make a bylaw under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Fees Setting Bylaws Order 2013 and alter these nationally fixed amounts and set fees that reflect the Council's actual cost as a licensing authority. We point out that there are a growing number of councils who have chosen to take this path. And for example, we have recently made submissions to a number of councils in the Wellington region, most choosing to make a bylaw. Recently, Porirua has done practically full cost recovery, Kapiti Coast recently, etc. We want to reiterate that the setting of realistic fees would meet the policy objectives of the licensing fees regime, namely to recover the total reasonable costs incurred by the Council in administering the alcohol licensing system, to ensure that those who create the greatest need for regulatory effort bear the commensurate costs, to allow local circumstances to be reflected in the fees paid by operators and income received by the council, to minimise alcohol-related harm to the extent and the fees paid by operators and the extent that this can be achieved through a cost recovery regime. It would also, we believe, align with the council's vision of having a vibrant, connected communities where people flourish, and it would help ensure that all premises in the district with alcohol licences are operating responsibly. And we thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission, and we welcome any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Councillors, are there any questions for Andrew or Jennifer? Councillor Wards.
Thank you for dialing in to see us. I have a question around the bylaw statement that you've made in your submission. You indicated that Porirua have recently done that. How widespread is implementation of a bylaw? I mean, it's obviously one of the tools in the toolkit that councils can advocate for, but how widely spread is that as a strategy?
Well, I looked at, well, I know that it's a growing number of councils are doing it, but close to you in Wellington, most of the Wellington councils have, in the Wellington region have done that. And I noted Porirua in particular because the gap between what you currently receive and what they are receiving, the similar work is, well, I would say huge. While we're waiting for the review of the fees set in the 2013 regulations.
Are there any other questions, councillors? Okay. Thank you very much for submitting, and I just grabbed your business card out of my phone wallet, so it's nice to see you again, Jennifer.
Lovely to see you.
Okay, thanks very much, Andrew. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Right. Just reset this, council. Back on track. Right, we have all the members of the Danny Burke Community Board here. Up. Come Chair Pat, Board Member Wallace, and Board Member Deputy Chair Terry.
Kia ora tātou, Mayor Tracy and councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to our submission to the LTP today. We've gone through it pretty succinctly, and I'd just like to present on the following. As far as the rate smoothing goes, the board agrees with and supports the preferred option 3, rate smoothing over 6 years. I guess there certainly is quite a cost to doing this, as we've previously heard. But I think in Tararua particularly, the cost of living is a major factor for many of our senior citizens who are fortunate enough to be still in their own homes, and to see these costs. So these costs need to be kept at a manageable level at all times. So I understand this is going to be extremely difficult. And I think also, while we're on rates, I think it's, and Mayor Tracy, you and I have worked on this in the past, but we need to be mindful of the continued need to ensure that the government rate subsidy criteria is reviewed annually, and we have done this from both the Community Board and Council to ensure that happens. The Patua swimming pool, an interesting concept. The board fully supports and agrees with and supports option 2 to fund the aquatic facility, and once complete, take ownership of the facility. We believe that this makes the proposal makes good business sense, and the board supports the proposal of a joint venture with the trust. And I believe that it probably does set a precedence for future joint ventures with other organisations within our district. And I think that could be to our advantage as long as they're well managed. The National Land Transport Program, the board agrees and supports option 1 in that area. No questions about that. Economic development, economic and community development, the board agrees with and supports the option 1 that you have proposed. The board agrees that there is certainly a real need for rationalisation in this area. The board asks the current funding levels to the Dannevirke Community Board to be maintained to the current level that we have at present, as near as possible for the future. We believe this fund provides a very useful contribution to the various community organisations within the northern ward of Tararua. However, the council needs to reconsider the reduction in community development support. The current service has proved to be invaluable to many organisations. Council needs to review its support to community groups who may be assisted in ways other than financial. I think there's probably more ways than skinning a cat, as we all know, i.e. resource consents, joint ventures with ongoing project maintenance, traffic management, etc. Council needs to support and not frustrate our many voluntary organisations that attempt to provide and improve facilities within our district. And I probably say that from the heart with a lot of experience with trying to organise and carry out various local projects in that area. The differential roading rates, the board agrees with and supports option 2. The proposal is considered fair and equitable, but may need to be reviewed on a regular basis. The damage created to our district roads by trucks, many now exceeding 50 tonnes, is considerable. And as many of you will know, this was recently seen when Laws Road was used as a bypass road when we had the state highway closed for a week or so. Our district roads are not built for such heavy vehicles, such as logging trucks, and this will be more of a problem in years to come as more trees are planted, particularly on the western foothills of the Ruahinis. Those roads already are in a sad state of repair. So all in all, we believe that the user must pay in this area. 6A, the non-contiguous rating units. I guess personally, I had a long discussion with myself on this and couldn't quite come to grips with it. I thought that it was inequitable in many respects, but at the end of the day, the board agrees with this and supports option 2. The town centre refurbishment, the board agrees with and supports option 2. And I was really pleased personally to see that consideration is being given to moving away from the north versus south mentality, which has plagued this district since its concept or since the inception. And we certainly need to move on and thrive and as one district together. Other observations in relation to dog registration, we're asking that consideration be given to reviewing the over 65s companion animal dog registration fees. These are currently $90 and bring it in line with at least the preferred owner's dog registration of $80. But I personally believe that a more realistic fee for these people with companion animals would be $50 per dog. And I think there certainly needs to be a fair bit of discussion around this. Companion animals, as many of us know, provide many benefits for the elderly, and registration costs should be kept to a minimum for these owners of low-risk dogs. And it is my understanding that there are probably less than 200 owners of such dogs in this category. I just want to bring to the fore the walkway maintenance round Dannevirke. Over recent years, tens of thousands of dollars have been raised and invested in making walkways by volunteers on Smith Road, Adelaide Road, and more recently, Victoria Avenue. We're now at a stage when these paths are in need of maintenance and resurfacing. All of these paths are well used by many in our community. And yes, you probably may throw back at me that a lot of people are using the road, and that is because of the poor surface on the footpaths. I would have to question that. Council needs to give serious consideration to maintaining these paths on a regular basis. At the time of construction, a verbal agreement was given that these paths would be maintained, but unfortunately very little has been done to date. In relation to the Dannevirke Multi-Sport Trust, the Dannevirke Community Board fully supports the Dannevirke Multi-Sport Trust with its goals and aspirations towards providing sporting facilities in Dannevirke for this community. The board would like to recommend to council that every assistance be given to the trust to ensure that this project is successful. This trust is a vibrant group of young people, and they're doing their utmost to provide a new facility or a facility within this community. I'm not saying that it should be financial, but I think that every assistance should be given to them to ensure that their project meets its goals and deadlines. Thank you, Mayor Tracy.
Councillor Wards.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy, and thanks, team. I know a lot of thought went into preparing that submission. Can I just take you back,
Kerry and Ron, to the economic and community development statements you said? You agree there's a real need for rationalisation, but you don't want to fiddle with the current funding level. Do you have a process in mind about what rationalisation should focus on there?
Councillor Sharon, no, I don't off the top of my head, but I certainly believe that, yes, we do need some form of rationalisation. I think the current system is working quite well at the moment, so I don't know whether it needs to be tinkered with too much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have any?
Through you, Mayor Tracy. Good question, Sharon. And the main thing is that we try and provide, within reason, the community a sense of, I suppose you could say supply and demand, but within reason of our financial situation as a council.
Further questions, councillors? Thank you very much for your submission and the time and effort that you've put into that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, I'm just going to change the order somewhat because the Eketahona Community Board are not online yet. So Ellie's going to send them a message. But since we have Catherine here a little bit early, are you waiting for Linda or you happy to? No, just you. Would you like to speak a little bit? Yeah. Okay.
All right, well, good morning, everyone.
Can I just get you to pop your button on? We record these and it's just a bit different.
Morning, everyone. For those that don't know me, I'm Catherine Earlsley, representing the Dannevirke Brass Band, of which I am a playing member for 49 years, a life member, and its treasurer for the last 43 years. It's my job. Prior to joining the band, my grandfather and his son, my father, were both conductors of the band, so I have a long banding history with this band that has served the Dannevirke and the Tararua district for 136 years continuously, without ever going into recession, and is still going strong today. We have members who travel from Hastings, Palmerston North, Woodville and Otani to regularly play with the band. They have moved out of town, but their commitment to the band is strong, which keeps us together as a band. I'm here today after being contacted by our Mayor Tracy Collis the night before the submissions closed, advising me that the band aware that in the long-term plan going forward, our annual grant paid to the band from the council would now come under a community funding procedure called contestable funds, and that we would have to apply for funding going forward. Well, we wish to remind the council that we are a council asset and that the council must maintain its assets. Asset, you ask, how? Well, back in 1915, a very clever group of councillors purchased the band's instruments and chattels as per this legal document, which the council does have a copy of. And many years ago, when the CEO at the time, by the name of Max Griffith, offered to sell the band, but that's another issue, found that the document is legal and binding, and as the late lawyer Marcus Paul advised me, you are very lucky that these councillors have looked out for your band for the future to come. We provide the Tararua district with a brass band, unlike a lot of other areas. That turns out for 6 Anzac parades each year. Dawn Parade in Danneberg, Civic Parade in Danneberg, then Norwood, Orville, Macoot and Witakura, a big day and a lot of commitment from our members, ending with the last post at the Danneberg RSA Cemetery upon our return to town. And all of this is unpaid, just an expectation that these people will give up their time. I would ask how many of your councillors can say that they attend 6 parades, and we've been doing it for years, as Councillor Wallace can back me after being an ex-member of the band, and he's really very well versed about the time and commitment given to banding. Who leads the Christmas parade? Plays Christmas carols at our rest homes and church services, all voluntary and in our time and it's not paid for. We are not a community group, as advised by Mark Maxwell, who's now gone, who assured us that the council provides funds for. We are a council asset and an asset that must be maintained. And therefore, going forward, we ask that the council retains the band's annual grant paid annually, as it has done so for many years. We do not wish to have to beg for funding when all we are doing, excuse me, is providing an amazing service to our community for 136 years. And I'm sure there are no other community groups that can match that. And in closing, I'm sure Councillor Wallace can offer any further assistance to the council as to what it costs to put a band out there for a public performance with regard to instruments, uniforms, music. Yet the community has the expectation that its bands will be there. But who pays for these formal performances? And just remember, assets don't fill out forms. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. And just for clarification, councillors, I did contact all community groups and organisations to make them aware of this and had left several messages on the chair's phone who was overseas, so that wasn't helpful. Thanks. I'll go Councillor Wallace and Councillor Johns.
Yes, Tracy, I couldn't say I support you fully, Catherine, as we are fully aware. Anyone in this district can, I don't think I've got a conflict of interest, it's actual factual point. Anyone can learn music free of charge because of this asset the Tararua district has, as did we, all did. In my case, by a very wild Welshman, but yeah, so it's a very good asset that is owned by the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, thanks, Catherine. You're to be congratulated for the efforts you put in over a long, long time. But can you tell me, do you seek or receive any funding from other charitable organisations?
We're very lucky that we've actually received monies from people's estates that have been supporters of the band over the years, which has put us in good stead. Yeah. But previously, when we built the new band room, that was all done through fundraising. The council didn't contribute to that at all. We didn't ask for anything for that. We did it all off our own back. Yeah. And we do the band room is there are 2 community groups here in Danneberg. One is the cottage quilters who use the band rooms to make their quilts, which they then give to hospitals and back out through the community. So they use our band room. And the other group is the Marion Kennedy Dementia group from Palmerston North, who come here once every Thursday. And they have lunches and do activities there. So, and they pay to use the band room. But other than that, no.
Just for reference, I think that the total contribution we make is $1,592.
How much, Tracy?
$1,592. Hearing that, and we certainly do appreciate it. And just for reference, I have seen you in other towns as well throughout the district.
Come to the beer fest we did in Eko Tahuna. There no cows got milk that day. No farmers left the cow.
Possibly. Have been there all day.
Thanks, Tracy. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay. Right, joining us online, we have Steen McGee from the Eko Tahuna Community Board.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can, sorry, Steen, we can hear you. We're just looking at a black screen.
Blank. Okay.
Have you got your camera on? We've still just got your name there.
All right, I'm just, apparently it can. Control Shift 0. Has that made any difference?
We just got the black screen now. Yeah, yeah. Have you got a case or something covering your camera?
No.
No. Okay.
It says there was an option to turn the camera off, so I'm not sure why it's not working. I
Okay.
don't normally have any trouble.
No, look, that's as good as gold. We can hear you loud and clear, so that's the main thing. So, welcome, Steen. The floor is yours.
I don't know what I'm doing there, trying something, but okay, we better just carry on, I guess.
Right, you can start when you're ready, Steen.
All right, okay. So I just started with wastewater. As everyone knows, that $8 million or so that was looked at for Eko Tahuna's wastewater is obviously out of too much. So we're just our submission is that to lobby central government to ask them to be flexible on the rules for small towns where the costs of doing the same thing as a city is just not practical. That was all. Oh, and also, is there any possible way, this is probably a bit of a dream ask, but is there any possible way that stormwater can be not taken out of the wastewater treatment and maybe collected, and could you possibly be stored and used on farms in times of drought, perhaps? I can't see how that can be practically done, but it was part of our discussion, so that's on there. Footpaths would be nice if we could have some money in the budget for some upgrades and maintenance to the footpaths. I think they were in the town upgrade that we had, but I think the budget just ran out. So it'd be good if we could have that put into the long-term plan somewhere. Now, derelict buildings, I've had a few talks about this and there doesn't seem to be an answer, but we talk about what do we want for our town, or how do we want to improve our economy for Eko Tahuna, and under all those sort of headings, to me, becomes derelict buildings. We've got one bad one beside the supermarket, and I realise there's no answer because it's privately owned, but could we possibly, I don't know, have a look around nationwide at other councils and see if anyone has come up with any clever ways of getting derelict building owners to either sell them or at a decent price, a realistic price, or what? I don't know what the answer could be, but when you drive into Ikitahuna, everything is really, really nice in the main street, bar a couple of buildings, and that's the worst one. So I just didn't. We needed to put it on there. I don't know how we could get an improvement there, but we wrote it down in our submission anyway. The roadside mowing, that came from myself. I noted I looked at the tractor and the warning car mowing the grass out on my road, and you know that the grass length is going to be back to where it was before the mow fairly quickly, and I just wondered that maybe we could save the money, the cost of mowing, and maybe upgrade the spraying program, and then you don't need to mow. And one example is Mangaranga Road in Ikitahuna that I don't think there is any budget anymore for mowing or spraying of that. But so that was another suggestion. And under drains, in particular, the drain in front of the Foursquare is just too small, so it blocks really easily. I know this time of year is particularly bad, but any time of the year, bark gets washed, rain just hits the garden and bark comes out, and it's just a tiny wee grating, and it just blocks up really easily. So that is pretty much. Oh, and under that, I've got a note that if the drain was upgraded, then the cost of maintenance has got to be a lot less too. So that pretty much brings me to the end of our submission for Ikitahuna.
Thanks, Dean. Councillors, do you have any questions? Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. Steen, thank you very much for yours and the community board's submission. I just wanted to ask a quick question on your footpaths point. So any additional allocation of budget towards footpaths would have a rating impact. Are you comfortable with this being rated for, so having an impact on rates, paying more on rates to put into footpaths, or would you prefer it to be a reallocation? So actually finding the money from other areas, so making savings in other areas. If that's the case, where would you, so my question is, are you happy to be paying more rates for the footpaths, or if it's to come from other areas, what areas would you be happy to see reduced to pay for it?
Well, I think it goes without saying that every ratepayer almost would not want rates to go up. My suggestion would be if we saved on the roadside mowing, which I believe is very expensive, that would free up a lot of money, as well as to increase the spraying program, so there's no more need for mowing.
Through you, Mayor Tracy, just Steen, thank you very much for your presentation, and point taken re wastewater and also derelict buildings. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dean, can I just clarify one point? You talked about the footpaths and the Main Street upgrade. So during that process, the area that was covered in the Main Street upgrade was clearly defined by the previous community board and consulted on with the public. But that was one of the key decisions that the community made during those consultations, that they were happy with bitumen and happy with the standard of the footpaths on that designated area of the Main Street, and chose those nice to have projects as opposed to, you know, and I remember the words very clearly, as opposed to any of fancy pavers. So it's I don't take it, the footpath comment you're making is for the streets of Eketahuna as opposed to the main street, that area.
Well, in the main street, we're not asking for pavers, but even just make them flat again with bitumen would be an upgrade for us, you know.
So that's within that main street designation. You're talking about that they're not flat.
Yeah, yeah, and right round to like the back of the health centre to where we walk to the War Memorial. That's quite bad.
Yeah, sorry, that's not what we call difference in the main street upgrade on the determination of what the area that was covered. That's clarified that for me. Thanks, Steen.
Yeah.
Right, thank you very much for joining us. It seems funny talking to you without seeing you. So really appreciate that and the time that the board took to make that that submission to us. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Steen.
All right, thank you.
See ya.
Yeah. Bye.
Technology, I've got to love it. Okay, next we've got with us Thomas Reid, the new chair for Federated Farmers. So welcome and really nice to have you here with us. No pressure. We've just got a little button there to press talk so that everybody online can hear you, and we are also recording.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, for your time and taking this submission. Thank you, Putawahus, too, for the new role. Apologies for Sally Dryland, past president. She could not make it. She's decided to take a long holiday. We represent Federated Farmers here in the Tararuas, 269 members, which can make up between 2 to 4 members to that membership. We represent farmers across all paths in the farming community across the Tararuas. Our members operate their businesses in fair and reasonable commercial environments, and our members are families and their staff that also work on the farms are part of this community. Our members adopt responsible management and sustainable food production practices for here on farms. Our current climate, sheep and beef farmers are hurting. They're no longer profitable. Dairy farmers are not too far behind, with most of them break even. We're all struggling to figure out ways forward to continue in that profitable manner. So on top of that, 150 farmers are still recovering from Cyclone Gabrielle, and we just keep being hammered by the environment. We're still 1 in 8 farmer weather events that impact farmers, and the council infrastructure is happening within an 18-month period. So we're still feeling that effect. We're still rebuilding, and that requires confidence with our business partners and the banks. Rates are in the top 10 costs for us as farmers, and for some of them in the district, they've informed me in the top 5. Seasonal finances, interest rates for rural are now sitting around 9 to 11%. Thankfully, they might be decreasing, but we can't run on future predictions. 1 in 4 farmers surveyed recently considered themselves under increased banking pressure as we move forward. So it's a pretty grim state of affairs out there. So part of our submission was that we're seeking to try and reduce down the rates cost burden that is coming onto us, as we are struggling to figure out how to move our businesses forward. Part of our submission, we're very wary. We don't want to be the Grinch at Christmas, taking away from the Paetua swimming pool. We can see that as probably a need that is required for the community, but we're just wondering whether there is a better strategy moving forward, and whether now is the right time. Well, we're in this this crisis, I guess you could say. In the submission under the 3rd point, there was a lack of confidence around the council's ability to deliver and retain, sorry, pardon, so search the notes. The NLTP, so we're just a little bit concerned regarding that. For the fifth one, the differential roading rates, we selected option 2. There's complexity in this is removed by using CV ratings rather than the 9 proposed rating differential categories, simpler for both council and landowners. We just need a little bit of simplicity. We understand that as we move towards complexity around the roading differential, the beef and sheep and beef farmers love seeing it going down, but we were constantly nailing home that we want to see forestry pay their fair share. And as we move forward, we're seeing more solar and wind coming to our district and realising that there is going to be more damage occurred in those rural roads. Another concern that we have was the non-continuous land. We provided a solution moving forward, putting a 10-kilometre radius around that. Our worst affected farmer was looking at 135% increase in rates on rates that he was going to be paying. His farm, that's this parcel of land, was directly opposite his driveway. So that was the effect that he was having. We provided a solution of probably a 10-kilometre radius away from their original farm or the block of land that they're currently paying major rates on. This was to align within Osprey NATE movements and trying to align it to something else that we already use and apply within our businesses. From the work the survey work we did with our farmers, we believe that it was around 90% of farmers would be left alone and 10% would be paying higher rates, which is something that we feel more comfortable with. We are also, a couple of further comments is that we're liking to see ratings become fairer and want to be engaging with the council more moving forward. So we're advocating for maintaining a 30% UAGC, reflecting social benefits. We continue to advocate for fairer working dog fees reflected for our services. The New Zealand FAP and other farm supply assurance programs check the conditions working dogs are kept in and dosing records each 18 months. The Tauranga Whenua farmers is also concerned regarding the short period for consultation, was only 20 working days, and so would like more time next time to consult with our farmer members. Is everything. Thank you.
Councillor Wards.
Surprised there, me, Tracy. Thanks, Thomas. Good to see the neighbour doing some excellent thinking in this submission. One of the questions I have for you, because you've covered off a heck of a lot and you've actually proffered some solutions around a 10K or NATE movement for what we know is potentially is going to be a touchy subject. But if you had to sit in our seat and prioritise, what would be 2 or 3 things out of all of the issues that you've referred to that we should focus on if we're going to change what we've proposed in our draft LTP? What would be the top 3 for the members in your group that I know UAGC was always there, but because you've covered off a heck of a lot of other topics, what would be 2 priorities?
The 2 definitely, the roading differential, that was a priority for us, and we've been advocating for that for a long period. The second one was the non-continuous land. Those were our 2 biggest throughout our membership.
Are there any further questions for Thomas? Thanks. To give Thomas, I think I did this exercise after a previous submission, just having a look through at my own farm costs to work out where the rates lie, and they're quite naturally in those top ones because you've obviously got feed and insurance and wages and all of that, so they do naturally sit there. Of the farms that you said that they were ranked in the top 5 of expenses, was there any commonality in those farms to try and understand whether they were larger blocks or smaller blocks? I think I was about 7 or 8 for me. Yeah.
In fairness to the data that was collected, we're probably looking at the differential was towards the sheep and beef farmers, and as the cost of living crisis, we're all trying to shed a lot of expenses out of that in our businesses. So it leaned more towards the sheep and beef rather than across the board. So.
Thank you. Councillor Ward.
Ask another question, me, Tracy. It's to do with one of the priorities you've identified, Thomas. I think in your submission you reflected that you want the work on the differential roading, but you thought dairy was being hit a bit. Did I get that from the? Yeah.
From our members, obviously there was some wins and some losses, and across the 9 categories, we believe there was a level of complexity that was there, and there was some winners and losers in that. So throughout our membership, the dairy farmers thought they were being probably penalised a little bit more, whereas the sheep and beef farmers were excited about it. But trying to, obviously we have a broad church within our membership, and I guess the emphasis that we wanted to place is that we wanted to see, I guess, forestry plantations, that damage that was occurring on the roads there particularly, and for some of the other blocks which are facing windmills, and the damage that occurs from that, from specialty machinery travelling on those roads. We wanted to see that captured probably in a fairer way, and not see so much, I guess, complexity coming on through. So that was our emphasis.
Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Thanks, Thomas. I just, not a question really, but I had read your submission and there were some concerns about the tight timeframes, and having any predetermination, but I can assure you, we understand the tight timeframes, all right. It's been pretty difficult for us, but we've got 500 odd submissions and 1,000 pages of people showing interest. But certainly the responses, and including yours, has been very good and very well researched and intelligent. So we'll have to, the tight time frame will still be there, but we'll have to give it'll be a lot of hard work in a short time, but we certainly haven't predetermined it, but we probably have learned a bit from the submissions as well going forward. So just to give you some confidence about that from my perspective anyway.
If I may just comment back, the frustration for us was that I think the long-term plan probably came out half a week late or a week late, and just put more constraint on us trying to actually get out, survey our farmers, and provide back a fair representation of what is happening within the community.
Thomas, we do have you do have some time left in speaking, and I notice your policy advisors arrived. If there was, you're welcome to make any points if there was something that he wished to add.
Apologies for my lateness, everyone. I'm Peter Matic and I work for Federated Farmers. There were a few traffic works on the way up. Yes, so our main points, and I'm not sure if these have been capitulated already. Oh, you did? Yep. Okay, fantastic. So are there any questions that you have other than general feedback?
Councillor.
First, you can't let Sharon have all the fun. Thomas, thanks so much for your submission. By the way, it was a really good, high quality submission, and personally, it gave me a lot to think about as well. A lot of food for thought. As you went through and as you sort of started going through your submission, just before you were talking about the extra costs and the rates burden, and you've made a request to council for us to reduce our expenditure to have some impact on that. So apart from, you did list a couple of things or a few things in your submission where you would like us to do that, but what are some of those areas that you would most like us to focus on to reduce our expenditure as a council to be able to have a rating impact for you?
So some of our members, like the swimming pool was one expenditure that we had noticed that was coming up on the books. So the conversations that we had with our members were suggesting that deferral for the time being, and there was also a memo put out that sort of went along the lines of actually we'd love to see a more strategy behind the Paetoa swimming pool. I think there was notice that we spotted $1 million shortfall in funding for that, and so how was that going to be covered? There was also it come from one of our members that a loan had been provided to Pukaha, and so maybe recalling that, I mean, we're not entirely sure of the details of that loan, but certainly are we as the council in the business of being a bank, I guess, and so, or are we meant to be providing services? And so that was our challenge back to the council. One question that was asked by the members too was that is the loan facilities that provided to Pukaha, is that interest generating or is it interest free? So certainly, is there a return on investment there for the council?
That's fine. Probably rather than giving you the answers to all those now, I'll make sure that they are given to you and back in the response. Otherwise, it'll take a bit much time. Otherwise, you can give me a call. Florence, you had another question?
Thank you, me Tracy, and it's to you, Peter. Really welcome. Thomas has done an outstanding job in speaking to the very well written submission. With your wider hat on, is this council unique in some of the strategies it's proposing in its LTP to address, in particular, the roading issues that we certainly face as a rural council? I mean, you must have a wider brief looking at some of the other councils that have.
I think many councils like Tararua Council are in the same boat with roading, and it's a difficult question. We would advocate for capital valuation based values to capture more of those rural lifestyle properties and their contribution. And that may help also with the UAGC question, increasing that to maximum. There was a little bit of concern from the membership on if the FAR is increased, is that money going to be wisely spent on local contractors contributing to the local community and economy, or is it going to end up going to contractors from outside the district who are more, shall we say, spend free with their money, and would that money not be as efficiently spent if it was delayed for another year or so? And this whole discussion could be had in the annual plan next year when it was closer to the time. Yeah.
Can I just check that with the 20 working days that was difficult, so it is quite standard over different councils, but what would work for you? Are you looking for 25 working days? Are you looking for 30 working days? Just thinking that I think we were at 31 days, 30 days. What would work better?
So as we said earlier, like I believe the long-term plan was a few days late, and it's just making sure that we've got those full working 20 days or 31 working days within the month to actually work to. It was more a disgruntlement of just the lateness of the long-term plan coming on now.
Thanks for that clarification. Yeah. Okay. No, that's awesome. Thank you, Thomas. Look forward to a good working relationship with Federated Farmers. I'd always envisaged that it's not just a once a year submission, that we have those regular meetings, a bit like we did recently at the Megatarā Hotel, where we're just engaging. And agriculture makes a huge part of this district, so it is always a consideration at the forefront of our minds, and especially given the current economic times. So certainly acknowledge some of the challenges that are out there. But if there's anything you need in the meantime, don't ever hesitate to get in touch with us. But running a little bit ahead of time, Joy, were you speaking by yourself, or are you waiting for two others coming? We will.
Get my lot out of the road. I'm walking on the Lakeside Street.
We'd love to see you together. That's okay. We'll hold. We'll adjourn us to 11:38. Back underway, and Joy, if your team's here.
There's another chair here. Now come and your two.
Right, welcome Positively Woodville. It's fantastic to have you in the room, and really good to read the minutes as they come through to council. Great turnaround. When you're ready.
Read now, is that working? Okay, so I presume you've all had a chance to read our submissions. We did ask to speak on 3 different things. The first is the pool. So in light of these tight economic times, when we are being told that council has no money and there are many competing interests for limited funds, we believe that council needs to take a more fiscally prudent approach. Now is not the time to commit ratepayers to the ongoing and unknown burden created by the construction of a new pool in Pahiatua. Ratepayers are already carrying the burden of financially supporting Y-Splash and Dannyburg. Adding another potential money pit is not only reckless, it is beyond belief. There are alternatives, as the feasibility studies have highlighted. Option 1, properly repair and upgrade the existing facility. Option 2, upgrade the Tararua College pool. And option 3, total replacement on an alternate site. The first 2 options were found to be cheaper in terms of capital costs, and yet both were rejected. We would ask that all options are revisited before committing to what we believe will be another white elephant that will eventually require financial support from ratepayers throughout the district. Positively Woodville believes that the Tararua College site should be further explored. This model of facility ownership and management has been proven elsewhere in the country. Both Freiburg and Splashhurst are school pools that have been upgraded by Palmerston North City Council and are now overseen by council and managed by CLM, a private company. We understand from the reports that Woodville is included in the catchment for the Pahiatua pool, and our figures were also used to bolster the projected number of pool users, skewing the results to bias the decision-making process. One proposal was that Woodville and Eketahuna community pools be closed and savings put into the operation of Pahiatua pool. Whilst we understand that this is no longer currently likely, it was disturbing and is only a recent change of focus. Given that Woodville pool has a forecasted life of 20+ years, we have time to plan and develop our pool facilities and do not intend to surrender them to prop up what we believe is a non-sustainable pipe dream. The reality is that any aquatic facility that is to address all the needs of our district would actually be better located in Woodville. It must be noted that Woodville is at the centre of the Tararua. It is the gateway to and from the Manawatu, and once the new highway is finished, Palmerston North will be as close to Woodville as Pahiatua is in regard to travel times. Therefore, with council support, Woodville has the potential to grow into a vibrant community. We strongly believe council should firstly focus on ensuring Dannyburg's Y-Splash achieves financial independence, and then, and only then, use that working model to develop another high-performing facility elsewhere. To not learn from the example of Y-Splash is not only financially unsound, it is also an insult to your ratepayers. Council is on the one hand talking about tightening our belts, whilst proposing a $2.5 million commitment to a facility that is, in our opinion, unlikely to ever be financially self-sufficient. Now is not the time for such myopic focus. Delaying this decision does no harm
and gives us as a district time to make the best decision for all residents of Tararua. That is our proposal around the pool. Are we ready to move on to something else, or do you want to ask us some questions?
We'll ask the questions at the end.
Yeah, wonderful.
You're
Kia ora, I'm Vicky Tomlinson, the Treasurer of Positively Woodville. I know most of you know me. I'm speaking to the economic and community development proposals within the long-term plan. Thank you for allowing us to talk to our submission today. Just building on, we actually first off believe greater clarity is required in the consultation document, or now whatever document comes next. The context does not give a clear picture of the overall amount of funding that would be available for this category. It notes in the second paragraph a proposed $242,000 for discretionary funding to community boards and committees. Then in paragraph 7 notes $100,000 contestable fund for community groups. It would be good to know what criteria the council is considering for the contestable fund. At the moment, there is a very limited transparency in what is actually being proposed. Does the 100,000 come from the 242,000? If so, would the remaining 142,000 be negotiated directly with community boards and committees through existing service agreements, or will there be actually 342,000 committed in total? It is also regarding clarity of some wording, as Positively Woodville funding is made up of wording like Main Street grants, which is slightly separated out here. It is important to have clarity on exactly what money we are talking about here and the process by which community committees receive funding. However, noting that we are speaking in favour of option 2, and if there was an option 3 to increase the amount, we would be speaking to that. And the importance of maintaining the investment in our region's economic and community development. Being relatively remote, physically dispersed and with no large cities, we are faced with a range of challenges as small towns, particularly where we may have large numbers of young and elderly residents. We need to invest to help grow community involvement and social cohesion, to help ensure we are healthy, vibrant communities. To cut such investment risks undermining the social well-being of our district. We would propose that funding to maintain community investment at its current level could be found by reducing the council's proposed funding for the Paetua swimming pool, with the difference for that project co-funded by users of the pool. Community committees such as Positively Woodville need to have sufficient discretionary funding to support projects and initiatives that may become clear during the year. There needs to be flexibility to respond to opportunities as they arise, rather than have everything limited to very fixed funding rounds. In its own engagement with central government, Tararua District Council has highlighted that councils know their own areas and can be the most appropriate bodies to respond to local issues. We would echo that statement on the community areas that sit below council level. Positively Woodville is an important body for knowing what is happening in Woodville and how our community can best be supported to develop. Thank you.
okay.
Moving on, first of all, my apologies that I didn't introduce myself to those people that don't know me. I just work on the theory everybody knows me. So I am Joy Corper, the chairperson for Positively Woodville. Now, when we put in our submission, we tacked on the end because we're a bit like that, we adjust. And we put in a bit of a submission around the fees and charges and your proposed changes. And we would like to just speak very briefly on that. As part of the consultation process, we noted several proposed changes to the fees and charges in relation to Woodville facilities. Positively Woodville is keen to encourage our residents to be more active and involved in our community. We would also like to see continued visitor use for our campground facility. To increase the financial barriers is counterproductive. Woodville is still feeling the impact of the gorge closure, and as a sign of support to our community's recovery and growth when the new road opens, we ask Council to consider the proposed increases and reconsider putting them up. And we have outlined our suggestions in our submission that you can refer back to. We know that Council monitors the level of use for these facilities, and we would like to see these numbers grow, not fall due to unrealistic charges. We encourage Council to support our local groups rather than impose charges that will potentially add an unnecessary drain on the discretionary funding we manage on your behalf. If you start charging them, they will start coming to us to pay for those charges, which means we cannot use that funding for other things. On a side note, because you grab every opportunity, we would ask Council to look at the loophole that allows for a virtually permanent resident at the campground. We would be happy to work with the Council to find a solution to this situation. Thank you. Sorry. We're done.
No, you're not out of time at all. You're not out of time at all. Do I have any questions, team, for Positively Woodville? Councillor Wallace.
Through you, Mayor Tracy. Good presentation. It's a nice little quaint centre of the universe down there, Peter, isn't it? But anyhow, yeah, going forward, in your own ways, as what Sharon often asks, what ways would you see to lessen the burden of rates rather than just cut all these different things that we've got here? What would you come up with?
Okay, sneaky. We understand that there is a need to charge rates. Okay, otherwise none of this can function. We understand that. And we know that everybody here is caught between a brick wall and a hard place. That includes us. So one of our focuses at Positively Woodville is to try and boost what we actively do to bring external funds in to support our ratepayers for the things they want to do and alleviate some of the pressure on council. But other than that, other than never repair any of the roads, never do any work anywhere, then there's not a lot you can do to reduce rate spending. It's unrealistic. And unfortunately, central government puts pressures on you guys in other ways. We're losing more and more all the time just through weird things like compliance. So I have no answer any more than I think you do.
Thank you.
Now we're fine.
What I would say is that I think that local government nationally needs to publicly discussion with government, because effectively rates are tax, and local government is the local version of government, just as community boards and committees are an extension of you. And it seems a folly that we can allow government to cut taxes and make people feel good and government feel good, and yet we know that rates have to increase. It would be better that government actually realistically funded councils to achieve the goals they want as an arm of government. And I think that needs to be a public conversation, because too often people do not think of rates as an additional tax.
Thanks, Malcolm. Councillor Gilmore.
Tracy, thanks very much for your impassioned submission, team. It was definitely gave some food for thought as we read through it and heard what you had to say. I do have a couple of questions. It's similar to what Councillor Wallace was talking about before, and it's something I've asked a few submitters as they've come in. In a number of our submissions and actually in some of our presentations today, we have been asked to find ways to reduce the rating impact, and we've heard some stories of what impact that might have on some of our business communities and individuals. Considering we live in, our towns have quite high deprivation, so that extra rates can have quite an impact. So I suppose my first question, I just want to jump on to the end of your submission when you're looking at the fees and charges, particularly for the Woodville campground, knowing in the draft fees and charges, there's been a reduction from what there was in our last annual plan. It's a relatively significant reduction. Knowing that these fees and charges are on a cost recovery basis and they actually don't fully recover all of the costs, any reduction in those areas will have to be met by ratepayers. So visitors coming into our campgrounds, potentially receiving a lower fee to do so, that would have to be subsidised by our ratepayers, where we are hearing from a number of them that our rates are too high. How would you propose that we pay for that? Like, is Positively Woodville comfortable with that going on to general rates as a subsidy? Or I'm just trying to work out how I can reconcile some submissions saying our rates are too high with a request to lower rates to be able to, or sorry, lower fees to be able to subsidise an area.
Unfortunately, Carol couldn't be here today to speak to this, and the campgrounds is her ballpark. I think the one thing she was the most passionate about was the key deposit, because the key deposit was going to be so high. I think the rest of it we would perhaps be more flexible on, but a lot of people, that deposit could potentially be the spending money they were going to spend in our town. And so to keep that more realistic would be, I think, Carol's biggest.
That's really helpful. It's really helpful. Councillor Wards.
Thanks, Tracy. Great presentation. The emphasis on the positive and the Positively Woodville certainly shone through. I know you didn't want to speak to it, but I'm curious too. There's been very few submissions say don't smooth. And one of the things I've discovered as I occasionally go to Woodville consultation meetings or get together with Woodville people, the sense that this is a community that wants to pay up front for what they've got. But I think your last sentence in that particular section is quite telling, that you expect council to spend the money in the right areas, but don't do anything new. Is that the policy or the principle behind why you've chosen to not smooth?
Looking at Malcolm or Joy, probably.
I think in our discussions, it was that you're only delaying the inevitable with the smoothing, and it's just a sugar-coated pill. It's not really going to make a difference in the end. And Woodville people are quite resilient. Just suck it up and get on with it and stop sugarcoating it and delaying what's going to happen. I think that was the general feeling.
Again, it's weird.
The fact of the final sentence was more around, if we agree to that and say, yeah, just go for it, whack us with the higher rates from the beginning, don't suddenly go off and decide you're going to build a roller coaster or whatever. Stick to the plans that the rates are targeted for, and don't suddenly come up with new things to spend it on. Yeah, the corporate, that's a far more political way of saying it. Yeah.
I'll add a comment. I think people of Woodville are quite happy with an upfront hit, because they know there could be another disaster in a year's time. So the smoothing is going to be of little use because we'll have the same issue. The issue is that it's easy to build edifices that are new. We have big issues with our infrastructure. And if we're to grow, we actually have to address those. And so we have to look at what is going to deliver value for money. And in this situation, spend it on infrastructure, we're happy because we know that that's going to increase your rate base, our rate base, and the vibrancy of our community.
Thanks, Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Sorry, thank you, the three of you, for a well-presented submission. Just picking up on a couple of comments, or a couple of comments from, the same comment from a couple of you on the devolution of decision-making with regard to community funding. I assume that you're of the opinion that the old adage of those closest to the action make the best decisions is the case insofar as community funding is concerned. You know, we don't want that. We don't want central government making decisions for us as a council. We think we're better placed to do that. And I take it you're assuming the same position for Positively Woodville, that you know best for what Woodville requires and how that should be distributed, rather than a contestable fund with decisions being made by somebody who may not know. Is that the case? Thank you.
One of the reasons we're quite passionate about the funding Positively Woodville to use within the community is, as many of you know, there has been some turmoil in the past, which left the community in quite a limbo. And when Positively Woodville was formed, we had to wait quite some time to get the funding that needed to come back to us to start distributing. And we are just about to do this big push out within the community, a consultation process to ask the community what they want us to prioritise, and to start re-advertising that fund available to them, which we haven't really been pushing of late. And so to suddenly start saying to Woodville, hey guys, we've got ourselves together and we're ready to start backing you, funding your projects and events and things, and then turn around and go, oh, sorry, we no longer have that much. So we're only going to give you little peanuts instead of really supporting you. And so that's why we think it's really important to not cut the funding, especially at this time where Woodville's recovering from
Just to support that, and I think in the previous, I can talk to the previous iteration of the community, and it does work well when we have the discretionary grant spending for our smaller organisations within Woodville, and they can come to us and explain the situation. And more often than not, a member of the committee is involved in one way or another, or know someone who is. And so we can support them with these smaller projects as opposed to holding them 100% to every little detail, which is generally when things are centralised, it's harder to get their funding because you have to go, right, this is exactly what the money's going to be spent on. There is that degree of flexibility which happens in a small community. And so we can see the positive results of those. And it's been throughout the town and community. So, yeah.
I'll add to that, if I can use an example. Originally, the Te Apiti Fund was split between Woodville and Ashurst. Recently, they have amalgamated. And so before, if Woodville people hadn't applied, there would still be a fund there for Woodville people to apply to. But now that fund is contestable as one pot for both areas. So in the last round, Ashurst got most of the funding. And I think so there's a fear around the unknown. How will it work? If we're not first in, are we going to miss out? So it's the idea in and of itself isn't necessarily bad. It's we need to build a framework and understand it that will work. And that discussion, I think, needs to take place before you go ahead and do it to alleviate that fear.
Okay, then I've got one last question from Councillor.
So, and just acknowledging there might be some historic funding items throughout the district as a whole. The historic ones, I believe, would be better addressed individually rather than clumping everyone together, because these are only going to, times are only going to get tighter and tighter. And I think to support our communities to become more vibrant, more stronger, with less volunteers, it is going to be on case by case basis.
Through you, Mayor Tracy, there is a little tad of hypocrisy what you're saying in one breath, you know, about we want everyone to get some money, but we can't because the pot's getting smaller. You get my drift? And when I first joined council, we were told that there's $5 or $10 million in the abyss that everyone could apply for. I've never seen it, by the way. And then I've also heard about pots of money in Woodville that exist, but only for Woodville. So it's a really, you know, I'm just sitting on the fence looking at this ball and trying to be fair to everyone. And there are anomalies that we need it. Going back to what Malcolm said, bring it all in, bring it all out, and bring it all up and try. It's like making a cake, isn't it? Get the best cake ingredients for Woodville, Paiatua and Dannyburg and Eketahuna and Norsewood. So yeah, but we've got to just watch our, you know, that bit of hypocrisy snuck in there a little bit, you know. Thank you.
We're not gonna, we're over time. I'm not gonna get into a debate. I think the fund you were referring to is the Woodville Recreation Reserve Fund, which is very specific to Woodville.
Oh, that's sorry.
Yeah, but correct. Yeah. But no, look, that's a fantastic presentation and certainly a lot for us to think about and directly reflects back Woodville, the community, what you've gone through and where you are going. You've really represented that well. So thank you very much.
Well done, Jane.
Right, we adjourn for lunch. Just so you're aware, at lunch we did have the New Zealand Nurses Organisation in Dannyburg today, just highlighting some of the roles they've done. And I think I did invite one of their members to come in and have lunch with me. So if anyone else wants to sit at that table, you're welcome.